You have done an amazing job so far in this course, and now we are finally approaching probably the most exciting section in this course, which is building interactive web apps in React. I am so excited because this section really unlocks a huge section of React that allows us to create really dynamic, exciting web applications. What we've been working on so far is first learning the fundamental building blocks of React by building static websites. This was really important for us because we needed to learn the syntax of creating our own components and generally, of course, how to spin up a React app from scratch, how React is even working behind the scenes and what its main philosophy is. Then we moved on to how we could build reusable components. We learned about props and how we can pass data into those components. This allowed us to use static data to generate portions of our web page, which is what set up the foundation for what we are about to learn. And I've done my best to make these sections really exciting, and hopefully you weren't like our grumpy friend Stanley here, bored out of your mind while learning these topics. Now, the crux of what we are about to start learning lies in understanding the difference between static web pages and dynamic web apps. We've been mostly working with static web pages in React so far, and you can tell something is a static web page based on the fact that it is usually read-only. In other words, there's no user-driven changes to the data behind the scenes. Some really common examples that come to mind of this are blogs. When I'm visiting a blog, I'm usually just consuming or reading the content on the blog. Now, there might be tiny interactive elements on most blogs these days, but I think you get the idea. That's not the portion of the site I'm talking about. The same goes for news sites. It's presented to us, we consume the information in a read-only way, but we're not updating the news that's written on the news site. Recipes are another good example of this, and I'm sure we could come up with many more. We are totally capable of building the front ends of these kinds of websites in React. However, what we are about to venture into is understanding how we can build dynamic web apps in React. You could classify something as a dynamic web app when it has read and write capabilities, or the user has ability to change the data. As such, these kinds of dynamic web apps tend to be highly interactive. Typically, these kinds of apps will have portions of the site that will display your data specific to you as the user of this app. Some examples that come to mind are a bank website. You log into your bank website, it displays your information, your account balances, allows you to transfer actual money, or at least the ones and zeros that represent money, and so forth. Also, pretty much any SaaS product or service like Airbnb. There's portions of their site that will display static information to you, like a list of properties, but you have the ability to filter through them and organize them by price or rating. You can click into them, and maybe most interactively, you can book the Airbnb and pay for it. This kind of leads into a whole section of sites that are e-commerce sites. The ability to add items to your cart and purchase it with your money are telltale signs of a dynamic web app. And these days, I'm sure if you were to look around, you would find probably hundreds of different web apps that you have signed up for and at least used in the past. To guide our curriculum through this section, we are going to be making a really exciting web app called Chef Claude. Chef Claude is a recipe app where you will input a list of ingredients that you have on hand, and at the click of a button, send that list of ingredients off to an AI API to generate a recipe for you based on your ingredients. And this project is actually going to have two options for different AIs you can use, one using Claude AI through the Anthropic API, and another using Mistral AI, which we will access through the Hugging Face API. Boy, that was a lot of acronyms. This project is super exciting. It's actually something I find myself using, and it's going to help us really grasp all of the concepts from this section in creating dynamic web apps with React. So without further ado, let's dive in and start learning. Sometimes when I'm starting a new project that might feel a little bit overwhelming, I try to find parts of the project that I already do know how to build. Up until now, we've only been building static pages in React, and the truth is, there are parts of this app that are completely static. So I'm going to give you a challenge now to create this header section. It's mostly just meant as, I guess, both a continuation of the previous section to make sure we're still practicing, and as a way just to warm us up for learning all about how we can make this app a really nice interactive app by the end of this section. So your challenge is to start by building the header component. You're going to do it in a separate file and then render it here in the app component. If you click on the screenshot here, it will take you to the Figma design file. And there's a couple things that I'm setting you up with just because it's a little more tricky. First of all, I've already included the chef Claude icon.png file. That's the little robot with the chef's hat here in the logo. So inside of your header components, you can import that, as we've seen with handling static assets. You can import it and then render it as the source for this image element. In the CSS, I've also put a little bit of starter CSS here. Maybe most interestingly, I've set the font family to Inter already, which is being imported in our HTML file, so you don't have to worry too much about going to Google Fonts and grabbing that. Also, Figma has recently changed where it has obscured a little bit some of the CSS rules that you might need. And one that I found a little bit challenging was the box shadow that it has underneath the header. Right here, there's a tiny little box shadow that helps separate it from the rest of the body. And although it's a small detail, it actually makes a pretty big visual difference. And so the code for it is right here. Just feel free to copy and paste this into the box shadow of your header. Also, keep in mind the design on Figma, it is a little bit more optimized for a bit of a wider screen. If you want, you can follow exactly the sizing and just pull your mini browser a bit wider, or there's the feature where you can maximize it to show up bigger inside of the Scrimba window. Either way is totally fine. If you do decide to keep this a little bit on the smaller side, which is what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to change a couple of the values that are in Figma just to make it fit better on the mini browser. The changes are minor, it's not that important to our learning, so feel free to do it however makes the most sense for you. Okay, it's your time to shine. Go ahead and get started on building the header component. Okay, I'm going to work a little bit backwards and pretend that we have already built a header component that I can import and render here. So let's go ahead and let's see, we'll just call it header.jsx. It'll be its own file in the same folder as the app component. Because we have a relatively small scoped project, I'm not going to worry at this point about creating a separate components folder or making a really deeply nested structure in our project. So we'll just keep it like this. If we need to, we can always refactor later. And then right here, I'll go ahead and render my capital H header component. And I'm not going to hit save because we'll crash because this doesn't exist yet. So let's create that file, header, capital H header.jsx. And there it is. We'll create our function. We'll export default function header. And we'll do a little sanity check here. We'll say we have an H1 that will return that just says header component here. Hit save, and sure enough, it's showing up. Awesome. Let's get the content on the page, and then we'll worry about styling it. So I am going to use a semantic HTML header element, and we have a very simple header. Often with real businesses, just to make sure everything stays exactly as their brand needs it to be, the logo or the icon and the text will all actually just be a single image. In my case, what we have exported is just this little chef logo. So we will need to put some text there. So we'll render an image and we'll render, I guess we can call it an H1. It's kind of like the site header. Again, usually this is part of an image, so that's not what we would dedicate our H1 to, but I think we'll be okay. So we'll say this is Chef Cloud, and the source is going to be equal to the icon. I could, in Scrimba, give a path to the icon and say /images/Chef Claude icon .png, and I think that should work. Yep, there's our icon. Better practice though, as we've discussed, is to import any static assets. So I'm going to grab, let's see, this text here. We'll import it and call it the Chef Claude logo, and we'll import it from that icon, or that path to the PNG, and put Chef Claude logo here. It should be exactly the same. Yes, perfect. We have the content. Let's do some styling. I'm going to access my header. We'll give it a display of flex. We'll justify everything to the center, I guess in both directions, so we'll align items to the center as well. The design shows that there's about an 11 pixel gap between the icon and the text. We're going to make this icon smaller in just a second. Let's see, I'm having trouble seeing exactly what the header and the body is. Let me just temporarily give this a crazy background color. We'll say the background color is red. Okay, that's pretty good. The height seems a little bit large to me. It looks like in the design it's set to 108 pixels. Oh, that's even larger. Let's go ahead and use our discretion to change this to something different. 80 pixels seems a little more reasonable, and then we can go ahead and fix our image. And oh, let's grab this box shadow code while we're here and stick it there. Change the background color away from red. We'll get rid of that line. I think I'll look ahead a little bit and change the background color of my body to the background color that is in the design. And wow, that is very subtle. And oh, it looks like it also is coloring the header, so we'll need to specify that this needs to stay white. So this will be a background color of white. And yeah, that's working. Perfect. Okay, let's get access to our image. Because I'm only going to have one header and it's only going to have one image, I'll just select those directly as a descendant, or I'll select the image as a descendant of the header. I think that won't be a problem, but we can always add classes if we need a little more specificity. The width on this, I think it says it's 40 something. Let's see what it looks like as a 50 pixel width. That looks pretty manageable. Yeah, let's go ahead and stick with 50 for now. And then I will do the same, selecting my H1 inside my header. Okay, in the design, it has the font size set to 32 pixels, which is 2 rem, and I think that might be the default size for an H1, so I don't think I actually need that. Let's try the font weight. It shows as 400, and yes, that does make a difference, and it looks a little more sleek, being not quite as bold, so let's keep it like that. Sometimes we get issues with default margins, but it looks like that's not causing a problem here, so I don't even need to say margin 0. We've already got the font family set to enter. Let's comment this out and make sure that's working. It's subtle, but it's working. So I guess that's it. We've got our header all set up. I know it's a lot to spend this much time doing CSS in the middle of a course on React. I really do try my best to integrate some of the past lessons that you've had, especially here on Scrimba if you're taking the front-end developer career path, just so things don't get stale. You know what I mean? It's better to practice it now, even though it's not technically what we're learning. And as I've mentioned before, you do have my permission to skip some of the CSS that we do if it's something you already feel completely familiar and comfortable with. Okay, so we finished this top section, and although we are going to add some interactivity to our tiny little form here, the structure of the form, just being an input and a button, as well as the looks of it, can be started as static. So we're going to do that next before we move on to more of the meat of this section. When our users first come to the Chef Claude app, they're just going to see the header and this little form here. We might decide to add a little blurb that explains what this app is supposed to do, but for now, the only other static thing that we need to really worry about is creating this form. It will, of course, have some interactivity with it, and we're going to learn all about how we can deal with forms in React a bit later in this section. But for now, let's go ahead and get this form added. Now, I have made you do a lot of this manual work. I know that it's just repetitive CSS work mostly, and so I'm going to give you a little treat. I'm going to work through this. I will keep it here in the recording, and it will be the remainder of this lesson. So if you're interested to see how I create and design this little form, then by all means stick around. If you're ready to move on from the static stuff, we're about to jump into some really exciting things, so that can be what you do next. So you're welcome to skip ahead to that if you want. I'm going to get started first. Let's see, let's head to our app. And underneath our header, I'm going to include another component called main. Now I need to wrap this in something because we can't render two sibling elements like that in React. I need to import main from /main. And then of course I need to create that. So we'll create a new file called main.jsx and spin up our component. As I usually like to do, I'll just return something simple to make sure things are hooked up. Okay, great. We're showing main component there. The content that we're concerned about at this point is very simple. We are going to probably be doing most of our markup here inside of the main component, but for now we can just create our form. And so first, because this is the main section of our app, we're going to surround it in the semantic main element, and then we'll add a form. I know this is just a simple single input and a button, but even stuff like this, I much prefer to put in a form. First of all, it's more semantically correct. fact, we are creating a form here. It makes it better for assistive technologies to understand what's going on. We also get some built-in functionality when we put it inside of a form. For example, when a user fills the input out and then hits the enter button, it will automatically submit the form. It will have access to the form data if we need it, and it's just a whole host of benefits by using an actual HTML form. Okay, so in the design, we just have an input and a button. Typically, for accessibility reasons, we would want to make sure we also include a label, or another option that we can do is to add an ARIA attribute to our input that's called ARIA label. And so I'll set that equal to add ingredient so that anybody using a screen reader can very easily understand what they're supposed to do with this input. Okay, let's put this on its own line because we're going to add some extra properties here. We want this to be a type of text. We'll give it a placeholder, just like we saw in the design. We can say something like, for example, oregano. As a reminder, a placeholder is a great place to put an example of what should be entered as text into that field, and it isn't a great place to put the actual label, so I wouldn't want to say something like add ingredient as my placeholder. Okay, by default forms are pretty ugly, so let's hit refresh, and yeah, oh, our button has no text. We might want to say add ingredient there. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Perfect. Well, not quite perfect yet. Let's go ahead and style it up. Chances are I'm not going to be adding any more forms to this page, so I could just select the form element, but I'm not sure why. I'm feeling like I probably want to give this a class name, so I'm going to give it a class name of add ingredient form. Okay, I'll hit save so that applies. We'll go over to the CSS and start styling this. Let's access our add ingredient form. And I'm going to add a display of flex, even though we do already have inline elements, just so that it makes it a bit easier for me to center things. So I can justify content center. We'll add a gap of about 12 pixels, I think the design shows. And it's sitting right against the header. So let me also add some padding to the main element. We'll give it maybe 10 on the top and bottom and 30 on the left and right. And I guess I need to specify padding. And oh, when I did that, I see that my elements are stretching now. That's a default with display flex. So if I were to instead say align item center, that should fix that issue. Of course, our button is a little large. You know what? I'm going to cheat and just make this a little bit wider. I should probably add some kind of no wrap rule to the button, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, let's access our input. I'm going to grab the style for my form and then specify the input on it. And let's give it some border radius of about 6 pixels. The default border is a little bit crazy, so we will add our own border styles of 1 pixel, solid, and then I'm just going to grab this color from the design. Okay, that looks much better. The padding is a bit tight there, so we'll add a padding of about 9 pixels on the top and bottom and 13 on the left and right. Awesome, looking good. I'm going to make this a little bit wider so add ingredient doesn't wrap again. The design does have a little bit of a box shadow around it, so I'm just going to paste that in from my dev mode in Figma, which you likely don't have access to for this design. And then one thing I noticed from the design is the input does get pretty wide as the screen gets wider. So I do want it to grow. I can use the flex grow property. We'll just set it to 1 so that as the screen expands, it does get wider. Although I do think I want to add a minimum and a maximum because it can get a little bit squishy right down there and a little bit too wide way out here. So let's give this a min width of, let's say, 150 pixels and a max width of maybe about 400 pixels. So as we get wider, it should stop growing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, the input is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and style our button and then we can move on. So we'll access the button. And for whatever reason, I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but buttons do not take on the font family that's specified elsewhere, even if you specify it in the body here. So I'm going to make sure I specify the enter font family for our button. We'll also give it a border radius of 6 pixels, just like our input. The border is looking a bit intense, so I think for now I'm just going to say border none on the button. Let's give it a background color, and this is a color specified in the design. Of course, the text is now impossible to read, so we will specify the font color with the color rule. All right, that's looking a little better. And the button is pretty squatty. I could try to add padding to it, although I don't really want to add padding and try to guess to make it the exact same height as my input. Maybe what we can do is take away the align item center, and well, actually that just kind of makes it work. It just makes it look better. It's using the default of stretch as its align items, and that actually looks pretty good. I'm not sure that this will make much of a difference, but I'm going to specify a height on my whole form. The design looks like the input is 38 pixels tall, so we'll just add that. It doesn't look like it's making a change, but maybe any other structural changes that we make, that height might be good, or maybe it'll be bad and we get rid of it. For now, let's leave it in. Now, the design does show this little plus icon on the button before the add ingredient. And I could just go in and type that into the markup, but it feels almost decorative to me. So I think what I'm going to do instead is use a before pseudo selector and just say that the content is a plus, and then maybe give it a little bit of margin right just to separate it a little bit. And I need my semicolon here. And actually our button is still looking a little bit squished, so let's see if maybe we give it a width of 150 pixels. I think the design shows quite a bit more. Oh, and I think the font size is a little bit smaller. The font size looks like it's set to 14 pixels, which comes out to 0.875 rem. And oh yeah, that makes a big difference. It also looks from the design that the font weight might be adjusted. Looks like it's set to 500. Let's see if that's making a difference. Oh, it's a very slight difference, but we'll go ahead and leave it in. Oh, and one last thing. I'm noticing that our form is shoved up pretty close to our header. It looks like in the design there's about a 70 pixel space between those. I think that's going to be a little bit large for such a small site here. So I'm going to call an audible, and let's see, our padding on our main element is 10 on the top and bottom, 30 on the left and right. I'm going to go ahead and specify, let's see, 10 pixels for the bottom, and then change this to, yeah, let's say 30 pixels on the top. This is a little bit less common. If you have just 3 values, then it's top, left and right, and bottom. Kind of a weird way. I'm honestly not sure how I remember that, but it's working great. Okay, we're done with the static portions of our page. We have a lot to dive into still. I think a really good idea is for us to take a step back and get a high-level overview of the project and make sure that we understand how we're going to go about building it. That'll be something we do really quickly in the next scrim. Other than just building the static parts of your page, it's a really good idea when you're starting a new project like this to try and take a step back and think about how you would approach solving the problem. Assuming you're fairly new to React, that might not be entirely possible at this point because you still have quite a bit left to learn, but I thought it would be helpful for us to get a high-level overview of how we're going to approach building this project. When the user first shows up, as I've mentioned, they will simply see our header and a little form like this where they can start adding ingredients. Once they start adding ingredients, we're going to change the layout of the page a little bit. We'll include this header that says ingredients on hand. We're going to map over the array of ingredients that they've entered into the form, and we're going to have a call to action down here where they can click this Get a Recipe button. This is where things get pretty fun. Clicking the Get a Recipe button will send the list of ingredients embedded in a prompt that we send to the Claude API from Anthropic. Claude is an extremely capable text completion AI that will take the prompt we send to it, which will include the list of ingredients, and it's going to generate a recipe. Now on this next screen I had to split it because we're going to be scrolling up and down the page, but you can see it will have a suggested recipe. It's going to have a basic text at the top that tells you what it recommends that you make, and then it will have a formatted list of ingredients and a formatted list of instructions. The way we're going to handle this formatting is fairly simple, but it's not something we have to be too concerned about right now. Now, there's still a lot left we have yet to learn, so don't let all of this feel like it's too overwhelming. I promise we're going to take it one step at a time, and by the end of this section, you are going to be able to complete this entire project from scratch if you needed to. All right, I'm too excited to wait any longer. Let's jump in. The primary thing that sets apart a static website from a web application is the user's ability to interact with the things that they see on the screen. And one of the primary ways that we do that is by listening for events. So let's talk about how we can add event listeners to our components in React. First of all, based on the prerequisites for this course, I expect that you already are familiar with the concept of adding an event listener in regular DOM JavaScript, where you would select some element and you would use the .addEventListener method. This method takes two parameters. The first one is the type of event that you want to listen for, like a click event. And the second is a function that should run should the click event ever happen on this specific element. Another way that you can add event listeners to elements is directly from the HTML. If, for example, I wanted to, well, let's say we have a button here, and it'll just say trigger event. Inside the HTML, I can add an attribute to my button called onClick, all lowercase like this, and set it equal to the string of a function that exists in my JavaScript file, maybe called handleClick. And I use a set of parentheses here to indicate that I want to run that function when the onClick is triggered, or rather when the click event happens. And although I seem to find this HTML method of adding event listeners a little more rare than using the addEventListener method in JavaScript, the way that we're going to do this in React is actually more similar to the way that we see it here. The syntax is very similar to how we do it in HTML. So let's go to our JavaScript. I'll get rid of this line here. And the way that we can add an event listener is one of the properties that we pass to this button. So I can add an onClick, but this time I'm going to use a capital C. As a reminder, sometimes it's easy to forget that we're actually inside of a JavaScript file, even though what we're writing looks a lot like HTML. And this JSX code that we have will be converted into a regular JavaScript object. That JavaScript object will then, by React, be turned into an actual DOM node that displays on the page. But because we're here in JSX, any of the attributes that we add to our React elements are going to be accessing the actual DOM node's attributes or properties. And in JavaScript that accesses the document object model, it does use camel casing like this. That's the same reason that we're using class name, because class name is the actual DOM node property. Now, because we are here in JavaScript, I don't need to set this equal to a string of a function that I'm trying to run. Instead, I can set it to the actual JavaScript expression that I want to run, which means if I want to, I can just stick a function right here in line, and whatever I'm going to run here, let's say console log clicked, the body of this function will run anytime a click event happens on this button. Let me hit save, and oh, we have our trigger event button. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, so if I hit click me, then we get the JavaScript that we put inside of our function actually running on the click event. Now, I don't personally love to put my functions right here in line. Sometimes I'll find myself doing it. More often than not, I will create a function outside at the top level of my component above the return. And so I might have something like function handle click, and we'll go ahead and just put our console log back. And this leads us to our first challenge. Your challenge is to add the new function that we just created, handle click, to the button. Go ahead and give this one a shot. Now, some of you might have been a little bit tricked by adding handle click followed by a set of parentheses. I had mentioned that this is the way that we do it inside of our HTML. However, because we're here in JavaScript, if I include this set of parentheses, it's going to run this function as soon as the component loads or is rendered. Let me go ahead and hit save and watch the bottom of your screen for the console, and you'll see it immediately ran I was clicked even though I didn't actually click the button. We don't want to include the set of parentheses here because that does indicate that we want to run the function immediately, as opposed to passing the contents of the function or the functionality of the function to the button element so that it will only run when the click event is triggered. So I'll go ahead and hit save, and now it will run I was clicked when I click the click me button. Awesome. Before I get too much further, I do want to point you towards the documentation on responding to events. Click this screenshot if you want to head to the React documentation for this. And I also included a slide that leads you to the mouse event handler functions, which give you an example of different mouse events that you can respond to in React. And this documentation is going to be helpful for you for the next challenge. All right, your next challenge is to log something to the console whenever the mouse hovers over the image. Now, because we're hovering, it's not going to be the click event, which is why I gave you the documentation here. Feel free to go check that out. And with that, I'll pass it over to you to finish this challenge. In that documentation, we can see that there is an event called onMouseOver, and there's also onMouseEnter. Either of these would have worked just fine for this challenge. Let's clean up this challenge text so we declutter a little bit. And I'll go ahead first and create my function here. We'll say handle mouse over. And then on my image, I can add an on mouse, capital M, over, capital O, equals, and then my function of handle mouse over. Let's have this console log I was hovered. Let's hit save and cross our fingers. And sure enough, when we hover over the image, we get I was hovered. We can do that really fast and get lots of console logs. Awesome. It can be kind of fun to check out all the different events that you're able to respond to. I think a lot of them you likely haven't even heard of and could probably find some really cool ways to use them. So feel free to poke around the documentation for the different handler functions. This site will take you to the section on mouse event handlers, but if you were to scroll up or down, you would see other ones like touch event handlers and pointer event handlers, keyboard event handlers, and so forth. So lots of really cool stuff there. Hopefully this is fairly straightforward enough. We're going to be doing a lot of event handling. It's one of the cruxes of having a web application over just something that's purely static. So lots of really fun things coming up. As we just discussed, when our users first come to our app, they're going to be presented with a pretty simplistic UI. And their task is to type in an ingredient and click Add Ingredient. When they start adding ingredients, they're going to be presented with a new section of the site, which will list the ingredients that they've entered out for them. If you think critically back on what we learned in the last section, you might recognize that what essentially we're going to be doing is adding the ingredients that the user is submitting through this form to an array, and then we'll be mapping over that array to display a list item for every item in the array. So with that in mind, I've set up a bit of a review challenge. I created an array of ingredients, and I want you to, as part of your challenge, map over this list of ingredients and then render them as list items. I've added a little unordered list. It's going to be completely unstyled, but you can render your array of list items right here. As a quick note, if you are already a little bit familiar with React, you will recognize that we're doing this in a weird way. I wanted to point that out now so nobody got confused as to why I was teaching it this way. By the end of this lesson, we're going to see the limitation we have. But for now, don't worry about that, and I'll hand it over to you to work on this review challenge. I will go ahead and create a new variable. Let's call it maybe ingredients list, maybe ingredients list items, just to be really explicit. And we'll set that equal to the array that comes back by calling ingredients.map. For each ingredient, which is just going to be a bare string, I will return, and I'm going to use a set of parentheses here so I can take advantage of the implicit return with arrow functions. I'm going to return a list item, and I can just put the ingredient directly inside there because it's just a string. For now, I am going to add my key because I know I'm going to get a warning, so I'll make sure to add the ingredient. Later, when we actually do this, we will figure out a way to make sure that ingredients are unique in our array. Okay, so I'll take my ingredients list items and render them right here like it told me to do. Let's hit save, and awesome. Our ingredients are showing up. Let's clean this up. Well, we just learned about event listeners, so I have another challenge for you. I'm throwing a little bit of a curveball here because in the last lesson, we only really practiced with mouse events, the on mouse over and the on click events. But between me giving you the exact event handler name and exactly where to put it on the form, I think you'll be able to figure this one out. So your task is to add an onSubmit to the form element and have the function, which you can define right here, simply console log form submitted for now. All right, let's get cracking. I'll go ahead and create the function first. We'll call it submitted for now. All right, let's get cracking. I'll go ahead and create the function first. We'll call it the handle submit function. It's going to console log form submitted, and I can add the on submit handler to my form, and we'll set it equal to handle submit. This is tangential, but you might be asking, why are we doing a handle submit on the form instead of a handle click on the button? I'd say there's at least a couple reasons. Primarily, it feels more semantic. We're submitting a form. We've created an actual form element, and clicking the button will submit the form. So what we should be doing is handling the submission of the form. Maybe more importantly, if a user hits enter in the input, well, that's not going to trigger a button click event. However, it will trigger a form on submit event. And so for free, we essentially get the capability to type into the input and hit return or enter without having to handle a separate event on the input. We haven't really done anything to handle the text that's in here, so it doesn't matter what's there. I'll go ahead and click, well, I have to save first. I'll type in here, I'll click add ingredient, and awesome, we get form submitted. We also can type in here and hit enter. And sure enough, we get form submitted. Now, later on in this section, we are going to do a much deeper dive on forms. So there's going to be a couple things that I add to my handle submit. I'll explain them briefly, but especially if you're not familiar with how forms natively work on the web, I'm really not expecting you to memorize this stuff right now. For now, let's start by cleaning up this challenge text to buy ourselves some room. And the first thing that I actually forgot to put on my input is a name property. Whenever we're submitting a form, our inputs all need to have a name. We'll see why in just a second, but I'm going to call this ingredient. Secondly, when I submitted my form, you might have noticed that the form actually refreshed the page. And now that we have a name on our input, we can actually see a URL change. If I were to say, I don't know, cumin, I'll hit enter, and sure enough, the page refreshed. And if you look up in the little mini browser URL, you'll see that it says $ingredient equals cumin. This has to do with the way that forms natively submit on the web. However, in our modern framework of React, we actually don't currently want this page to do a full refresh, and so I can prevent that from happening by grabbing the event that is passed to my handle submit function and calling event.preventDefault. Let me hit save and put this back to just a slash. We'll go ahead and I can just say testing and hit enter. And awesome, our form didn't refresh, our URL didn't change, and we did get our form submitted running. Awesome. Okay, in order for us to do the next challenge, which is hopefully going to drive home the point that I'm trying to make in this lesson, I'm going to do a little bit of hand-waving coding. Again, if you're not familiar with this and it doesn't make sense, it's completely okay. Please don't be too concerned about it. My goal is to have you do a challenge where you take the ingredient that was typed into the input and try to add it to the ingredients list. In order to grab the text of the ingredient that the user put into the input box and submitted with the form, I need to grab that through form data. I can grab that form data on the form itself, and I can access the form DOM element itself through the event that was run when the handle submit function runs. So I can get the form data by creating a new instance of form data and passing the event.currentTarget. Then I can get the ingredient, so let's call it the new ingredient, by calling formData.get and then passing in the name, which is ingredient. This is the name of the input from my form. Let's go ahead and just console log new ingredient. We'll hit save. I'll type testing, hit enter, and check it out. We got our form submitted, of course. We can actually probably get rid of that console log. And we got our new ingredient, which is testing. That's pretty boring. Let's add, I don't know, what's a more exciting ingredient? Let's say jalapenos. Oh, come on, we can get an NA in there. Let's do that. Perfect. Okay, jalapenos. Again, this wasn't intended to be something that we actually learned in this lesson, so I went through it really quickly. Please don't be too concerned about it, but do be concerned with your upcoming challenge. Okay, this is the challenge that is really going to drive home the message that I'm trying to get to in this lesson. We have access to our new ingredient. Instead of console logging it, I want you to add it to our array of ingredients. After you've done that, I want you to add a console log of your ingredients because, spoiler alert, what we might be hoping would happen, which is to have the page update with the new item that they added, it's not going to work. Now, this hint says that it's a one-liner solution, so don't overthink it. I guess technically it's 2 lines because I'm also asking you to console log the ingredients. Okay, let's get your hands on the keyboard again and work on this challenge. Okay, so inside of our handle submit, we might be thinking, well, I can just push to the ingredients array the new ingredient. We'll go ahead and, as asked, console log the ingredients array, and let's hit save. We'll put in our jalapenos, add ingredient. Let's look at what we got, and sure enough, it got added to the list. However, and maybe this was a really, really roundabout way to make this point, we clearly have not updated our page. In a more imperative system, like if we were not using React and just building this site with regular JavaScript accessing the DOM properties, we commonly would find ourselves pushing a new ingredient to the list of ingredients, and then either manually adding a new DOM element to our unordered list, or running some kind of function that does this operation, maps over the new updated ingredients list, and pushes all of those elements to the DOM. However, with the declarative nature of React, we don't want to have to do that. We want to be able to just update our data, or the list of ingredients, and have React recognize that change and reflect it on the page for us. So that's the ultimate goal. I know this was kind of long, but trust me, what we're about to learn is maybe the most important feature that you will learn as a beginner in React. So again, this was a very roundabout way to get to this point, but what we're about to learn, which is the concept of React state, is the key to making all of this work for us. State is one of the most important things that you will learn about React. And so I'm using that fact to justify all of the hoops that I had you jump through in this lesson. So get excited. We are finally about to jump into state and learn how we can harness a major part of the power that React brings to web development. Over my years of teaching React, I found that one of the major confusions stems from not understanding fully the difference between props, which we have talked about in the last section, and state, which we are just now learning about. So I want to spend a little bit of extra time understanding the differences between props and state, and we'll start the comparison by talking first about props. In React, when we talk about props, we're referring to the properties that are being passed down into a component in order for that component to work correctly, similar to how a function receives parameters from above. Another way you could word it is by saying that properties not only are being passed down into a component in order for it to work correctly, but almost in a sense in order to configure that component to work in the way that you want it to work or to display what you want it to display. An important point when it comes to props, and something that distinguishes it from state, is that a component that receives props is not allowed to modify those props. Using a more technical term, props are immutable or unchangeable. And when we stop to think about it, this makes a lot of sense. For example, if we have our classic add two numbers function, we came to the conclusion that this function really is only useful to us if we're able to accept some parameters like numbers a and b. This is exactly what we're doing when we pass props down from above. Including parameters here, of course, makes it a much more flexible function that can do a lot more than just adding two hard-coded numbers, like if we were to say return 1 plus 2. Instead, as we've talked about a number of times, of course, I would use my parameters instead to make this function a lot more flexible to use with any number that I might want. This is the function definition, but the real values are being passed down when I call add two numbers. This is where I might put my 1 and 2 in. And let's just go ahead and console log the results here. And of course, this is going to return to us 3. However, we need to think of these values as immutable, especially when it comes to props in React. Because as you would expect, it would be pretty strange for me as the first line of my function here to say, actually, the value that you gave me for A doesn't matter at all. I'm going to set that equal to something completely different. And then naturally, that's going to really mess up our function. The person using our function, add two numbers, is going to expect the result to be 3, but instead they're going to receive a 44, which makes absolutely no sense. So just to be clear, don't do this, because the parameters coming in should be immutable. Similarly, in React, I wouldn't want to have a function, let's say it's our navbar, that receives props, and then to have any part of the body of my component say, well, I know you gave me a props dot, let's say, logo icon, but then we say, I don't really care what you gave me, so I'm going to set this equal to some other icon.png. This would be pretty confusing if we're expecting to receive a prop called logo icon, and when we use this navbar, we create an instance of it and we pass down a prop called logo icon, and we set it to, I don't know, I'm kind of stretching here, let's say spatula.png. Doing this, we're trying to configure our navbar so that it will use this specific logo icon, but the contents of our navbar component are saying, I don't care what you had, I'm going to set it equal to what I want it to be equal to. So just like above, don't do this. To be clear, this doesn't mean that whatever component is rendering your navbar couldn't have a value that changes. Like if you had a button on your site where the user could click it and it would change the logo in the navbar. I'm reaching a little bit with this example, but that would be completely okay. Changing the value that we're passing down to our navbar is a very normal thing in React. In the same way that when we're calling add two numbers, I might be able to click a button and change the numbers that are being passed into this function. But specifically, the props that are coming in, or in this case, the parameters that are coming in, should not be changed in the body of the component. Okay, I think I might be beating a dead horse here, so let's move on, and now we'll talk about how state is different from props in that state is intended to change. So that's what we'll be covering next. If props are referring to the information that's being passed into a component for it to work correctly, or as we mentioned, to configure it, and if props are not meant to be changed from within the component that's receiving it, state, on the other hand, refers to any values that are managed by the component itself, kind of similar to any variables that are declared inside of a function. I say kind of similar because there is a difference, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. But it's important to note that anytime you have a changing value inside of your component that needs to be saved between renders and, more often than not, displayed or used as logic to figure out what needs to be displayed, you'll be using something called state within React. So even if the quick description that I gave here doesn't fully make sense to you, that's okay. I bet at the end of this section, if you were to come back to this lesson, it would suddenly start to make sense for you. There's a phrase that you might come across when it comes to understanding state in React, and that is that the view, or rather the user interface, the actual page that you get to see as a user, is a function of the state of your component. And there are three main points to consider here. First of all is this term called render. I've said it a couple times up until now, but you can think of the term render as simply running the function. Remember, all of our React components are simply functions, and we have to return some sort of JSX or user interface from that component. Well, when React runs into an instance of our component, in other words, if it sees something like this that looks like an HTML element, it's going to run our, in this case, app function. And that app function might create some functions within its body, it might set a couple variables, and usually, in the end, it will return some kind of view. Once React has run this app function, it's only going to run it again if either the props that it's receiving change somehow. Imagine if we were passing in a dark mode prop to our app component, and maybe it starts out as true, and then a user clicks a little toggle that switches it from dark mode to light mode, and then this would change to false. If that prop value changes, then React is going to rerun our app function, or in other words, it's going to re-render this app component. So that's one time that React will re-render or rerun that function, is if the props that it's receiving do change from above, or it will also re-render if internally it has a state value that changes. Now, a state value is different than just a random variable that you declare within the body of your function. And don't be confused, we really haven't talked much about the syntax behind how to create state yet, so we are going to get there, I promise. A second key point is that changing a local non-state variable does not cause React to re-render the component. I guess I kind of hinted at that at the end of point number 1. However, if you use a React-provided setState function in order to change a state value, not just a local non-state value, but an actual state value, calling that setState function will update the view. It will rerun the code in the function of your component. So that logically leads us to point number 3, where the view, or what the user sees, is simply a function of the state from within your application. If state changes, then React needs to rerun or re-render your component so that something new gets returned and replaces whatever used to be on the page. So you can see that this concept of state is really powerful in React. If we update our state, then React will automatically react to that updated state and it will display a new view. It might not be super apparent on its face, but this is a really awesome thing as a web developer because it means that we don't need to imperatively update the view ourselves. All we need to do is make sure that the state of our application, or you could kind of think of it as the data of our application, is as up to date as we want it to be. And as long as we do that, then React will handle the rest. It will update the view for us. It will change whatever parts of the DOM need to change as a reaction to the change in state. And we don't have to do any of that manual DOM manipulation, at least for the most part. A really simple, maybe overly simple analogy is of a light switch and a light bulb. A light switch represents the state of the, electricity in your room. If the light switch is turned off, there's no electricity running to your room. Light bulb. A light switch represents an analogy, and we don't have to do any of that manual DOM manipulation, at least for the most part. A really simple, maybe overly simple analogy is of a light switch and a light bulb. A light switch represents the state of the, electricity in your room. If the light switch is turned off, there's no electricity running to its associated light bulb, and therefore the view is, well, a dark room, a light bulb that's off. If you change the state of the light switch by flipping the switch on, then the view will automatically update. In other words, the light bulb will turn on and the room will be illuminated. I think this is about as far as I can go with just explaining it. And so in the next scrim, we're going to dive right into the actual syntax. And I promise if what we covered here didn't make perfect sense, it's going to clear up as we get to see the syntax of it, see how it affects React, see how it's used within the React ecosystem, how changing state updates the view. All of that's going to make a lot more sense when we get to get our hands on the code and actually practice it. So let's jump right in. We saw in an earlier lesson that it's not going to work for us to simply create new variables here. Like, let's say we have a variable that we're calling state and we set it equal to the string yes. We can use this variable to display what gets shown here. So I'll just put state in its place and we'll see that we do get the value yes. And to be totally clear, if this were changeable and then right below it, I were to set it equal to something else like heck yes, this actually probably isn't going to look very good in there. This is technically okay. I'm not sure why I would do this, but I can hit save and we get heck yes. I don't want to say no because of course state is important to know. The problem comes when, as a response to a user interaction, I try to change the state. For example, if I were to add an on-click inside of my button, and maybe I have a function called handleClick, and all that did was change the state. Actually, let's have clicking the button change it to heck yes, like this. And we put handleClick down in our onClick. Let's hit save, and watch what happens. I'm going to click yes, and check it out. Nothing happens. This is exactly what we saw with our array of favorite things. Simply changing a local variable is not going to make React rerun our component. Or in other words, it's not going to make React react to the change of state and display the updated value that it has. Instead, we have to use a function that's provided by React to save these variables in an actual state as far as React is concerned. This is just a local variable, no matter what we decide to call it. To set up a variable that React will place in the view and re-render whenever that state changes, we need to pull in that function from React. A very common way that you'll see this is to import a destructured useState hook from the React library. In fact, I would bet that as you're looking at React code out in the wild, this is probably going to be how you'll see it the most often. However, just to be totally clear that this useState function is coming from the React library, I'm going to import the entire React library. This is a little less performant when it comes to tree shaking and not pulling in all the stuff that you don't need, although with modern build tools that doesn't matter, but if that makes no sense, don't worry about what I just said. But I just want to be clear, I'm going to be importing React and then using react.useState in order to access that function. And actually, let me clean up some of this extra stuff. We'll be adding some of it back, but for now, this will just clear up any confusion. Let's change this because we don't have state anymore. We'll change this back to a hard-coded yes. And okay, let's be curious, and we'll save the result that comes back from calling react.useState, and let's just log it to the console. Okay, interesting. What we get back is an array where the first value is undefined, and the second value, well, Scrimba displays it as f parentheses, but it simply means that it's a function. Let's see what happens if when I call useState, I provide a value. Let's put a string hello and hit save. Okay, interesting. We get an array back, but this time instead of undefined for the first value, we get the string hello. When we pass in a value, when we're calling react.useState, it provides an initial state. So if we know that our component needs to start with the state with a certain value, then we can pass it in here. Great. Well, before we talk about the second value, the function that's being returned in our result, I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, this challenge will require you to do some critical thinking. Your task is to replace our hard-coded yes right here with some state that you initiate inside of react.useState. And we don't want it to say hello, we want it to say yes. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. The first thing we need to do is not say hello, we'll go ahead and say yes. And secondly, instead of hard coding yes here, we want to use curly braces so we can evaluate some JavaScript. And then currently we're saving this array that we get back from useState as this variable result. So we'll go ahead and say result, but we only care about the first item of the result array, so index 0. Quick aside for people who are already familiar with useState, yes, we're going to be changing how we're doing this. We pretty much never index into the array that gets back from useState, so don't worry too much about that. Let's clean up the challenge text because I'm confident this is going to work. And sure enough, we get our value yes, that is now a state value as opposed to a local variable value. We can test really quick that this is working, so if I change this to heck yes, and hit save, sure enough, our state is correctly displaying there, and awesome. Okay, well, there's a couple of problems we have, because first of all, changing the code like this in order to change the state isn't viable. It's not something the user can do. And also, this way of doing this is kind of clunky, so as I mentioned, we're going to learn a better way to reference our state and give power to the user so that when they interact with the page, they can update the state and therefore change what's in the view. So that's what's coming up next. When we call react.useState, we're receiving an array in return. And as we mentioned, it's a bit clunky to access the index of 0 of that array. So what we do more often is leverage array destructuring in JavaScript in order to get back what we actually need in order to give more meaningful names to what gets returned from our useState call. So let me go ahead and destructure this by putting a set of square brackets around it. And since we know that the resultant array has 2 items, I'm going to put a second item here. Let's just call it func for now, because we know that it's a function that we're getting returned. Now that I'm destructuring this array, result is no longer an array, which means that I don't need to index into that array in order to get the value. I can simply call result. If you're feeling a bit lost when it comes to array destructuring, I would highly recommend taking a pause and doing a quick ChatGPT or Google search about array destructuring to see if you can better grasp what's going on. One thing that's nice about this being an array that we're receiving in return is that we can call this value whatever we want. And as long as I update my code to say whatever we want, it's going to work just fine. If what was getting returned by React.useState was an object instead, we wouldn't have the same flexibility. We would have to use our curly braces instead of our square brackets because it's coming back as an object, and then we would be forced to use whatever properties that object had when we're destructuring it. So having an array is really useful in that case because we want to give this a name that is more indicative of the state that we're trying to save. So maybe let's call it something like is important. And once again, we'll make sure that we update that in everywhere it exists. Of course, hitting save gives us the same result. Next, let's go ahead and tackle understanding what this function is and how it will play an important role in using state inside of our React components. We've seen a couple times already how we can't just set up a value like important, set it equal to yes, and then have some kind of user interaction like a button click that changes the value manually of important to something else. While it will change the value in memory, it's not telling React in any way to re-render the page. And in fact, this is even true of values that we save in state. Let's change this to a let so that we can manually change it to something different. We'll say is important equals heck yes. And if I hit refresh, it will show heck yes here, but it would never react to, for example, a button click if we wanted the user to be able to click a button on the page in order to update that state. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Just take my word for it. I can hit refresh and see it says heck yes, but adding an on click to try and change that will not update the screen, just like we saw it before when we weren't even using state. However, the function that we get passed from React.useState, if we call this function and provide a new value, it will re-render the page. It will successfully update state and trigger React to re-render the page with the new state displayed. Let me hit save so that we don't have heck yes there anymore. And let's talk about the conventions for this function name, because just like is important, we get to choose what we call this function. And there's a really strong convention where we start the function name with the word set, as in we're setting a new value, and then you continue the name from the state variable itself. So it would be is important and set is important. I'm going to fix my I here so that it is capitalized just to make sure my camel casing is correct. And in order to use this function, I can simply call set is important and provide the new value that I want. And I guess it's already yes, this will be heck yes. However, I'm not going to hit save, and let me tell you why. We talked about how running this function will update the state to the new value, and it will have React re-render our component. Re-rendering our component essentially just means it's going to run the code inside of our function. So I'm going to put a pause here to give you a chance to see if you can think through what would happen if I were to hit save and React were to render this component. Hopefully some of you actually took a chance to hit save and see what would happen. I'm going to hit save and we can see that we get an error that says too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why do you think an infinite loop happened? Well, remember, when we call this function, React is going to update the state and re-render. Re-rendering means rerunning this code. Rerunning this code means calling this function, which then updates the state and re-renders, which updates the state and re-renders, and on and on and on. So let me comment this out, and we'll get our state app back into a working state. And now I'm going to provide a challenge for you. Okay, this challenge comes in two parts. First, I want you to create a function called handleClick that runs set is important. And let's just give it the value of definitely for now. And then you'll add an event listener to the button so that it runs handleClick whenever the button is clicked. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and create our function called handleClick. It's going to call the function that we were returned from useState, this state setting function, sometimes referred to as a setState function. We'll go ahead and call setIsImportant. And because I definitely don't want to put no here because state is very important to know, so we'll say definitely. Then down on my button, we'll give it an onClick event handler that calls handleClick, clear up our challenge text, and we'll hit save, and let's see what happens. I'll click this, and the styling is not really working out for us, but we can see that the state changed. Maybe let's go back to heck yes. Click, heck yes. And at this point, we've hit a bit of a dead end. We were successfully able to call the state setter function that we got back, which we chose to call setIsImportant. And in its simplest form, we were able to just provide a new value for state so that when the user clicks the button, it changes to that new value of state, re-renders, and displays the new value of state on the page. However, we're stuck because we can't get out of heck yes. If the user keeps clicking the button, obviously we have nothing else to change to. We've manually set it equal to the string heck yes. However, just because we're temporarily at a dead end doesn't mean we can't learning. So in the next lesson, we're going to get our hands on the keyboard a lot and do a series of challenges to try and help us reinforce the idea of state and setting state. You know, this whole section is all about state, and I think it might be useful for us to have a little app where you count how many times I'm going to say the word state in this entire section. But we do have an app that's a little bit more dynamic than what we were just seeing, and so this will be a good way for us to, step by step, practice setting up our state and practice including some event listeners where the user can change that state. So the first part of your challenge is to create some new state that will track our count value, where the initial value will be the number 0. And don't forget to replace the hard-coded 0 that we currently have with the state that you create as the first part of this challenge. Okay, go ahead and get started with this. To create some new state, we will simply call react.useState. We'll set an initial value of 0, and what this returns is an array. So we'll go ahead and destructure that array immediately when we receive it. First, we'll receive our count. And I guess you could call this something like state count, but let's just keep it simple and call it count. And the second thing is the setter function that they provide to us so that we can change that state and trigger a re-render in React. By convention, I will use the same name as my state, but I'll start it with the word set. So I'll say set count. And lastly, I can use my new count variable right here. And I'll hit refresh. This won't change much for us because we still don't have any interactivity with our buttons. But if I do change the initial value, like setting it to 10, awesome. Okay, we can see 10 showing up there. Let's go back to 0 for our starter point. Okay, let's jump to the second part of this challenge. I want you to create a function that's called add that will run when the plus button is clicked. And for now, it can just console log the string add or something like that. No need to worry about changing state quite yet. As a reminder, it's a pretty strong convention to create any functions that your component will need to run inside of your function, but above the return. So instead of coming outside of your function up here and creating a function called add, you would want to do that inside your function, probably below where you're creating state. So right here. Okay, take it away. Okay, let's add a function called, well, add. And for now, the body of it will just console log the text add. And then on our plus button, which is, let's see, not this one, that's the minus. This is our plus button right here. We'll go ahead and add an on click and set that equal to add. All right, let's hit save and clicking the plus. Good, should console log add. Perfect. Add, add, add. And minus, of course, does nothing quite yet. Okay, this brings us to the next challenge. Up until this point, we've touched a little bit on what you could do in order to update the count, although we haven't explicitly talked about how we could do something like this, where every time they click it, a different value gets displayed. In other words, in the past, we've done a thing where we said something like set count and then hard-coded the number 1 in there. Or I think in the last example, we had changed the text to heck yes for it being important to learn state. But of course, that meant that every single time we click the button, it just kept resetting the state to the same value. So that brings us to this challenge where I want you to see if you can figure out a way so that when you click plus multiple times, it will continue to increment the number. So give it your best shot, see if you can figure out how to do this challenge. Okay, hopefully that challenge went okay. All I need to do is call set count, and then for the value that I pass in here, it turns out I do have access to what the current value is with count, and so I'll go ahead and put in count, but I don't want it to set to the current count. I want it to set to one above the current count, so I'll say count plus one. Let's hit save. We can hit plus, and awesome, this is working. Now, I do want to address a common misconception with beginners in React, and that is those of you that tried to do count plus plus. First of all, if we try to run this, we'll see that when I click plus, we get an error that says you can't assign to a constant variable. So you might have gone up here and said, well, let's change it to let. And I'll hit save, and look at this. I get some pretty funny behavior. I'm clicking it 2 times, and only after clicking it 2 times will it actually increment. Let's see what happens if we were to put the plus plus before the count. In case you're not familiar with that trick, it simply increments 1 to count before returning it, and so the value becomes the new incremented version. So let's hit save, and okay, technically this is working, but I don't want you to get too used to this, because this is a big no-no in React. Remember, doing count plus plus is the same as doing count equals count plus 1. And in React, whenever you want to change state, you will never, ever, ever change it directly in the way that we're doing here, where you say, here's my state variable, set it equal to something different. It's a big no-no in React, so try to remember that if you are ever modifying the value directly, then you're doing it wrong. On the contrary, saying count plus 1, it's not directly modifying count, it's simply providing the new value that we want our count to have to set count, which will then update state, re-render the component, and display everything correctly. Let me go ahead and change this back to a const. In fact, that should have been our first red flag when it was warning us that we were trying to change a constant. Hit save, and we're back to the way we were before, but at least now we're doing it the correct way. Okay, that brings us to the last challenge. Your challenge is to add functionality to the minus button. Of course, the functionality that it should add is to decrease the count by 1. Give this one your best shot. I'm doing essentially what I had in the add function, so I'm just going to duplicate my logic there. We'll change this to maybe subtract. I'll change this to -1, and then we will add an onClick. Actually, let me just copy this whole thing. We'll add that directly to our minus button and change this to the subtract function. Hit save, and awesome, we're going up and down. Perfect. Awesome work. It's great to get our hands on the keyboard and be practicing this. We had a lot of practice in this one. If you need, it's completely okay to go back and redo all of these practices from scratch. If you really want to add a little extra challenge, this would be a great time to come through and just delete all of the code that we've written regarding state and see if you can create it again from scratch. I won't leave you in a broken state like this, so I'll put it back, but just remember that you're here to learn, and learning comes through lots of practice. Once you're ready, we're going to move forward and see another way that we can use our state setter function. The way we have our code structured right now, it's technically working. just fine. I can hit plus, it's incrementing. I can hit minus, it's decrementing. And the way we're doing this is by calling our state setter function, which we're calling setCount, and providing a new value for the state that we want it to have. Once we call setCount, it will change the state to the new version that we provide, and it will re-render with count now being that new version that we provided. However, there is another way we can use our state setter function, setCount in this case, where instead of providing the new value, we provide a callback function. In the body of this callback function, we need to return the new value that we want state to be on the next render of this component. If I were to essentially recreate exactly what I had before, I would just return count plus 1, which is basically no different than what I had. And we can hit save and see this is working as we might expect. However, the difference comes in the fact that this callback function is going to be passed the old value of the state before your setCount function ran. And so what I can do is take this old value, and instead of using count, which is my state variable, I can use the temporary version, which is old value, in place of what used to be count. I'll hit save, and we'll see this is also working. Now, instead of old value, I like to use prev and then the name of my state variable. So prev count value. However, the difference comes in the fact that we want state to be on the next render of this component. If I were to essentially recreate exactly what I had before, I would just return count plus 1, which is basically no different than what I had. And we can hit save and see this is working as we might expect. However, the difference comes in the fact that this callback function is going to be passed the old value of the state before your setCount function ran. And so what I can do is take this old value, and instead of using count, which is my state variable, I can use the temporary version, which is old value, in place of what used to be count. I'll hit save, and we'll see this is also working. Now, instead of old value, I like to use prev and then the name of my state variable, so prev count in this case. This is a fairly common convention that I have seen quite a bit in the code, and it's one that I try to adhere to. I think it's a little bit more clear what state value we're dealing with. And at first glance, it might look like this is just a ton of extra work. But if I take advantage of the more terse syntax of arrow functions, I can simply say prev count and then an arrow to return prev count plus 1. And in the end, it's not terribly different than what we had before. So why exactly are we doing this? Let me actually type this out as a written note for those of you that are maybe more visual learners. It'll give you something to refer back to and read through as we talk about it together. So a general rule of thumb is that if you ever need the old value of your state in order to help you determine what the new value of state should be after calling your setState function, or in our case, we're calling it setCount, then it's a good idea to pass a callback function to your state setter function instead of using the state value directly like we're doing down here still. The callback function that you pass to it will receive the old value of state as its parameter, which allows you to then determine the new value of your state. This is going to seem a little bit crazy. Let me bring this back down to 0. Let's hit save. And I'm going to show you a difference that doing this makes, even though honestly, it's not something you're likely going to run into very often. Let's go ahead and duplicate this line 3 times, and I'm going to duplicate the old version that we have down here 3 times as well. I'll hit save, and I want you to think, what do you expect will happen if I call the add function, or rather if I click the plus button, which then calls the add function, and when I hit the minus button, which calls the subtract function? Well, you would think that it would increment it 3 times if we hit the plus button, and check it out, it does. We immediately go up to 3. However, if I hit the subtract button, we only go down 1 time. All 3 of these set counts get batched together. The reason and specifics as to why are a bit outside the scope of this course, but this is a admittedly overly simplistic example of how using a callback function, if you need access to the old value of state to determine the new value of state, helps behave kind of the way that you might expect, whereas using the state value directly doesn't. Now, I don't want this to be anything that hangs anybody up. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I simply wanted to show that there is a slight difference in the way that React handles the two. But again, for a majority of the time, you won't notice the difference, but this is a good rule of thumb to stick by, and it's the internal rule I'm going to use for myself as we continue through this course. Okay, that was a lot of talking. Let's do a challenge. Simply enough, your challenge is to update the subtract function so that it uses a callback function instead of using the state directly to determine the new state. Go ahead and give this a shot. We took a kind of roundabout way to arrive at what we have currently for our add function, but we can see that if I simply say prev count, arrow, prev count -1, we really only had a few extra characters to type, and now we have adhered to a little bit of a better practice anytime we're setting state that relies on the old value of state. I'm going to clean up this challenge text, but I'll leave this note here for anybody who wants some additional reading. And again, this would be a great time if you really want to challenge yourself to just come through and delete everything and see if you can recreate it from scratch. And I really mean that that's something you should do. It's not just me saying that would be nice if you did it. I mean, you should do this. Again, you're here to learn this stuff deeply, not just to passively watch me teach you about it and kind of think to yourself, yeah, I think I get it. Prove to yourself that you get it by doing it. It's not just going to give you those warm fuzzies when you actually complete it and everything's working. It's also going to strengthen you as a developer in React. And frankly, assuming you plan to look for a job, it's going to make you a more viable job candidate. There's so many benefits to getting your hands on the keyboard and practicing. It would just be a tragedy if you skipped through all of these practices instead of doing them, and finding ways to challenge yourself outside of the challenges that I give you. All right, stepping off my soapbox again. I think we have thoroughly covered the concept of state, so it feels like it's time for a little quiz. Okay, it's time for another quiz. As always, I'm going to insert a pause here. I want you to click in and actually type down your answers to these questions. Taking quizzes like this is scientifically proven to improve your ability to retain this information and recall it at a later time. So don't skip answering these questions. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. All right, number one, you have two options for what you can pass into a state setter function like the setCount function that we had in our counter app. So what are those two different options? Well, for one, we can simply pass the new version of state that we want to replace the old version of state. This works great for any kind of state where we don't care what the old version of state used to be. We simply want to set it to some new value that has nothing to do with the old value. Later in the section, we'll be talking a bit about forms, and we're going to see where we make use of that. There's also lots of other applications for this first way of updating state. The second way is to pass a callback function to our setState function. This callback function needs to return what we want the new value of state to be, and this callback function is going to receive the old version of state as a parameter. And the purpose of that parameter is to then help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, numbers 2 and 3, I think we kind of touched on these already, but when would you want to pass the first option from the answer above? In other words, simply passing the new version of state that we want it to become. And this would happen anytime we don't care what the previous value was. We simply want to set a new value. And naturally and conversely, number 3, when would we pass the second option? It's the exact opposite. It's whenever we do care about the previous value of state and we need it in order to help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, hopefully that was pretty straightforward. If not, that's okay. Maybe go back through this quiz again and see. if the repetition will help out. Once you feel good about this, let's keep moving forward. At this point, it's going to be really helpful for us to review the ternary operator in JavaScript. If you feel like you've already got a good handle on it, then this challenge should come pretty easily to you. If not, then I'd recommend going over to the MDN docs on the conditional operator, also known as the ternary. You can click the screenshot here to go directly to the documentation on that. We'll be using it in this pretty simplified example. This makes a slight tweak to our app from before. Now it asks if we feel like going out tonight. We're not using any kind of state here. We're not handling the click of the button to change that state or anything like that. We're simply practicing the ternary here. So your challenge is to replace the if-else that's right here with using a ternary right here on line 8 instead. We have a variable called isGoingOut, and we have a variable called answer, which will contain the text. If isGoingOut is true, then the answer will be yes. If it's false, then the answer will be no. It's being displayed down here in the center of the button. Again, don't worry about clicking the button to change the answer or anything like that. You'll simply include your ternary here, hit save, and it should show the correct answer there. And then, of course, you can test it by changing this to false to make sure that your code is working. Okay, it's your turn. If you're not as familiar with the ternary, that's okay. We can see that the syntax actually consists of two different parts. One is a question mark, and the other is a colon. And it's really just a simplified way to have an if-else statement in a single line. So what I can do is I can say I want answer to equal, and then first we're going to check if isGoingOut is true. So we'll say isGoingOut equals true. And if it is true, then what I want answer to equal is the string yes. So that's essentially my if. If this condition evaluates the true, then this is what should get returned. My else is going to be separated with a colon, and then I'll have my string no. Now you can actually nest ternaries multiple levels down as a way to replace an if, else if, else if, else if block. But I personally find that a little bit more difficult to understand and follow, so I tend to stick to a ternary if I simply have an if-else statement. But otherwise, it's totally fine to use an if-else if or a switch even. So let's go ahead and get rid of our old code here. We can see it's quite a bit simplified. First, let's make sure that everything is working. So I'll hit save, and sure enough, we get yes. If we change this to false, we get no. Okay. Now there is another way that I can simplify this just a little bit more. We know that isGoingOut is already a Boolean, and so I don't necessarily need to equate it to the Boolean true. I can simply say isGoingOut, and that's already going to be the Boolean that I need. So we hit save, we see no, we change false to true, and we see we get yes. And actually, because I'm not block scoped anymore with the curly braces of my if-else, I could change this to a const if I wanted. Now, in this case, I've set aside a separate variable just to figure out what the string should be, and then I'm rendering that variable down inside the return of my component. But there's another way to do this, and that is to simply move my ternary into my component itself, and it will figure it out on the fly. This should be a pretty straightforward challenge, but we'll go ahead and keep our fingers warm so that you can keep learning. Your challenge is to move the ternary directly inside of the JSX. Remember, once I go into my curly braces inside my JSX, I can run any JavaScript expression that returns a value that makes sense in this context. So go ahead and give this challenge a shot. Simply enough, I no longer need my answer variable. I'm just going to take this expression and put it right in place of answer. We'll go ahead and clean this up and the challenge text too. And awesome, this is quite a bit simpler than what it was before. This might seem a little bit out of place, but we're going to see in the next lesson why this is helpful for us. This challenge will be a collection of the past few things that we've been learning. We're going to make it so that our users can actually click the button and change the answer from yes to no or no to yes. So your challenge is first to initialize some state. For the is going out, we'll initialize it as a Boolean. You can choose true or false, I guess, depending on what your mood is like right now. Then, and the language I'm using is a little bit vague, I want you to make it so that clicking the button will flip that Boolean value from true to false or false to true. And then right now I just have this back as a hard-coded yes. You're going to display yes if is going out is true and no if it's false. Okay, I believe in you. Give this your best shot. First, we need to initialize some state, so we'll need to import, and as a reminder, we could just import the useState function from React. This is a very common way that you'll see this done. As I mentioned before, I'm going to actually import the entire React library just so that I can use react.useState only for the purpose of keeping it clear that this is a function that comes from React. I'll initialize the value to true. Well, who am I kidding? I don't really feel like going out tonight. Let's set this as false. And what gets returned is an array, so we will destructure that array. When we save it in variables, we'll say is going out, and then by convention, I'll start my setter function with the word set is going out. Okay, awesome. And you know what? I think I'm actually going to skip to this last one. It's completely fine if you didn't do that, but I want to display this as either yes or no, depending on my value of is going out. And to do that, I'm just going to do an inline ternary like we just did in the last lesson. So I'll say is going out question mark. In other words, if is going out is true, then I want it to display yes, but otherwise I want it to display no. Let's see if this is working. I had said false, so let's see if it changes to no, and perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's buy ourselves some room here. We got done with those parts of the challenge. Now we need to make it so that clicking the button actually flips that Boolean value. Similar to how we are just doing this inline expression, if we want to, we can add our onClick function handler directly inside of the curly braces that we have here. I'm going to start by doing this, and then I think we'll see in a second why my personal preference is to put these functions up above the return section of our component. So I can just do this as an inline arrow function. And when the button is clicked, I want it to call set is going out. And if you remember, we just learned how there's two different options I have when I'm calling my state setter function. I can either provide the new value that I want state to have, or I can provide a callback function. Now I want to synthesize the quiz that we recently took and give you a chance to think through this. Which of those two versions do we want to use in this case? Well, we can simply ask ourselves, do we need to know what the old value is in order to determine the new value? And in this case, yes, we need to know if it was false so that we can flip it to true, or if it was true so that we can flip it to false. And I guess it's kind of a mixed answer, because the truth is I have a way to just flip a Boolean to its opposite. So what I can do is say it's not is going out, and that should get the job done. In fact, let's test that out. We'll hit save, we have no, we click it, and it says yes. Okay, it's working. So you know what, maybe this is a little bit of a gray area in that question of do we need the old value or not, because we do need the old value, and I can just access the old value, and this will work fine. Maybe for completeness sake, we'll also see what this looks like to use an inline function. And you know what? I can already see this is getting a little bit crazy. We have our inline click handler function, and that is calling set is going out, which is taking a function. And I don't know about you, but this is maybe one level too much of inception for me. I think it's going to be clearer to move this outside of our return. So let's create a function and call it something like change mind. And we'll take what we have here. Let's see, how far do we need to go? All these curly braces and parentheses are also really confusing when it's inline like that. And okay, I missed one. We'll clear out everything in here except that outer set of curly braces and simply call change mind. This puts my mind much more at ease than what we had before. Okay, so if I'm going to use the callback function version of my state setter, then I can get the prev state, and maybe just for brevity, we'll just call it prev, and I can just immediately return the opposite of prev. Hit save, and no, yes, no, yes, no. Awesome. Let's clean up this challenge text. And one last thing I want to do before we move on is address this button. First of all, I admit this is not a very good user experience with our silly little learning app here. It feels weird to click no and have that be the way to change the answer. So if you're designing a real website with a user interface, maybe don't choose a button that clicking it will flip it to its opposite value. But since that's where we are right now, one thing that will be really important for us is to address the accessibility of this button. I'm going to put some of these values on their own lines so that we can add an ARIA label. To anyone using assistive technologies like a screen reader, the purpose of this button is going to be pretty opaque, and so I'm going to include an ARIA label that will both clarify what the state of this button currently is and describe what will happen if you click it. So I can say something like the current answer is, and then I'll just stuff in the yes or no value that we're determining right here. So actually I can just copy my ternary and put it right there. So that's what the current answer is. And I could say something like click to change it. Little additions like this make a huge difference for a number of people, so this is an important thing to keep in mind while we're developing our code. Frankly, I should have included this earlier or probably just changed our button to something like an H2. So this might be a little bit overdue. Glad that we're adding it in now. Okay, great job with these challenges. If you did find yourself struggling to complete that challenge, then this is one of those perfect opportunities to take a break, go back a couple lessons, review what you've learned, try to practice it again from scratch, and eventually you'll get to this point, you'll be able to do this challenge with no problems, and that's a great time to pat yourself on the back, go take a walk, get an ice cream, do something celebratory, because we've made some awesome progress here. Once you're ready, we'll keep moving forward. Up until now, the examples of state we've been using have used pretty primitive values like booleans or strings. But a very common thing that you'll
Ok,
find
c'est
yourself doing
important.
is including more complex data like arrays and objects in your state variables. And it warrants a little extra attention to see how we can update more complex state like arrays and objects. So let's start with arrays. We'll get started with a quick challenge. I want you to convert the code below so that instead of using this my favorite things array in a local variable, you should instead create some state and set that state as an initial value of an empty array. Don't worry right now about the add favorite thing function. We'll get to that soon. Go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Mais la vidéo, c'est ça. La vidéo est devant vous. On voit pas la vidéo comment. Ça, c'est la vidéo. Ça, c'est la vidéo. Tu veux quoi? Ça, c'est la
But
vidéo.
a very common thing that you'll find yourself doing is including more complex data like arrays and objects in your state variables. And it warrants a little extra attention to see how we can update more complex state like arrays and objects.
Bon,
So
ça,
let's start with
la
arrays.
vidéo
We'll get
jour.
started with a
Là,
quick
c'est pas
challenge.
moi
I
qui ai aux
want you to
commandes.
convert the code below so that instead of using this
Maintenant,
my
je peux
favorite things
prendre
array,
contrôle ici lorsqu'on me donne l'exercice. Là, maintenant, c'est moi qui ai aux commandes. Non, c'est pas mon écran, c'est l'édité de texte qui est dans la vidéo. Voici mon édité de texte ici. Maintenant, dans la vidéo, il y a un moment qui donne les exercices et c'est à moi de faire, donc il me laisse le contrôle. Maintenant, lorsque je finis, il reprend le contrôle. Donc, c'est ça. Depuis, c'est...
I'm going to save this variable name, so I'm actually going to destructure what will get returned from our array. We'll go ahead and also include our set my favorite things. And instead of this being an empty array, we're going to use react.useState, and we'll put that empty array as the initial value. And then of course I need to import React because I'm not currently doing that. So we'll import React from React. Okay, I think hitting save should be fine. Of course, add item doesn't quite yet work. I can do a quick test of this by taking maybe a couple items from the all favorite things sort of database of favorite things there and just sticking them here inside of my use state. And sure enough, okay, hitting refresh shows raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. Perfect. I'm gonna undo that just so we don't get duplicated items when we do start adding to the array. Okay, none of that was technically new, but the reason that I wanted to record this scrim is so that we can see how we can make updates to our array. Well, at first it can be tempting to simply say, well, I know how to add something to an array. I can say my favorite things.push. However, there's a couple things wrong with this. First of all, even if we do try to put something in here like a test, we can see it's not actually working. And the reason is because simply modifying the state value directly doesn't also trigger a re-render in React. There's something special about the setter function that we receive when we're calling react.useState that does trigger a re-render in React. So I'm curious, if I were to maybe console log my favorite things and try this out, we'll see that sure enough, it is adding those items to our array, but because we're not using the set my favorite things function, it's not triggering a re-render. There's something else that's wrong with this though, besides the fact that it's just not updating what we see on the screen. And that is that it's a pretty hard and fast rule in React that you never ever want to directly modify state. Using something like .push, it's a destructive action to arrays. It modifies the original array. It doesn't just return a new array with that modification, it actually modifies the original one. And just like when we had a variable called count and we decided we never wanted to do count plus plus, even if it was inside a state setter function like setCount, we talked about how this is a replacement for count equals count plus 1. And saying count equals something different is just a bad idea in React. Similarly, using something like my favorite things array.push is always a bad idea in React, assuming my favorite things is a state variable. Okay, so to modify anything in state, as we know, we have to use the setter function that we receive, so we'll use set my favorite things. Okay, so I'm sure you remember we have two different options we have to decide between when it comes to using this state setter function. Do we want to provide just a bare new value, or do we want to provide a callback function? I'm actually going to put in a pause here so you have a chance to think through this. Which of those two options do we want to do in this case? We provide a new value if we don't care about the old value at all. We provide a callback function if we do care about what the previous value of state was, or in other words, if we need to use the previous value of state to help us determine the new value of state. And in this case, we want to start adding items from the all favorite things to our favorite things, or my favorite things, array. And so we need to remember what was already in the list in order to not only determine which of the new items we want to add, but also so we will continue to display the old items as we add new items to our list. So we'll go ahead and include a callback function, and we'll just call the previous state maybe previous fave things, or prev-fave things. That's kind of a mouthful. We'll include our arrow, and now we need to think, how are we going to update this array without modifying the original one? Because I still wouldn't want to say prev-fave things.push, even though it kind of seems like I'm accessing a different array. This is a reference to our original favorite things array, or my favorite things array. So this is also not something we want to do, but in true functional programming fashion, the way that I can update the array in React is by providing a brand new array. And then I can start this array out by taking all of the items using this spread operator from the previous favorite things array. And then I can add my, let's just put this in angle brackets so that you know this isn't the real syntax. I'll put in my new item here. What this does is it accesses the previous version of my favorite things array, and it returns a brand new array. So it's not going to be modifying the existing my favorite things array. It's returning a brand new array that includes all of the items that were previously there, plus the new item that I want to add.
Ok,
Just for test's
si
sake,
je
I'm
suis
going
encore
to
là.
just include the string test here. And we can see that this is working. Awesome. It's, of course, not interacting with the all favorite things array yet, but
Oh, je me peux...
however, because I did kind of just blow through this and didn't ask you to
Oh,
put
mais
any
je
critical thought
peux...
into this, surprise, I
Right.
have another quick challenge for you. Okay, I cleaned up the old challenge text, moved it down here, and your challenge is, I shouldn't be doing this, you should be doing it. Every time the add item button is clicked, it should add another string test to the list on the page like we just saw it doing. See if you can remember what we did. Before you just scrub back and see how I did it, think critically. Spend at least 3 minutes down here and item that I want to add. Just for test's sake, I'm going to just include the string test here. And we can see that this is working. Awesome. It's, of course, not interacting with the all favorite things array yet, but we're going to get there in just a second. However, because I did kind of just blow through this and didn't ask you to put any critical thought into this, surprise, I have another quick challenge for you. Okay, I cleaned up the old challenge text, moved it down here, and your challenge is, I shouldn't be doing this, you should be doing it. Every time the add item button is clicked, it should add another string test to the list on the page like we just saw it doing. See if you can remember what we did. Before you just scrub back and see how I did it, think critically. Spend at least 3 or 5 minutes trying to figure it out. See if you can remember what we did. Hopefully this is a good wake-up call for anyone who was maybe passively watching. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Anytime we want to change state, we need to use our state setter function. So the first thing I'll do is call set my favorite things. I need access to my previous array, and so the safest way to do that is to use a callback function. I'll just stub out this empty inline arrow function now. This callback function is going to receive the previous state. Maybe we'll go ahead and call this prev things, even though again, that's quite a mouthful. And we'll use an implicit return here so we can get rid of our curly braces, and we are going to return a new array that includes all of the prev things and adds test to the list. Now, don't be too confused. We're not yet using these emojis. So the first time I click add item, I'm starting with an empty array and then adding the string test. The second time I'm clicking add item, I'm starting with an array that has just the single string test in it, and I'm adding a second one, and then a third one, and so forth. Let's see how we're doing. We'll hit save, add item. Awesome, it's showing up. Of course, we have key issues because we're not having any repeated items here, but now we are having repeated items there. That's okay for now. Awesome work. This wasn't a super simple challenge, so hopefully it wasn't too frustrating. Kudos if you were able to write this without even looking back, but it's completely okay if you did have to go back and study again. Okay, let's clean up this text so we buy ourselves some room back, and I'm actually going to put this on its own lines just so that it's a little bit easier to read. And oh, looks like formatting bumped everything out. That's great, that's okay. Okay, so I'm actually going to do this part because it deals with indexing into this all favorite things array. Honestly, this is not really something you'll find yourself doing in React, so I don't want this to become a challenge. I'm going to use the prev fav things array to figure out what index in the all favorite things array I want to add the new item from. So when the prev fav things array has nothing in it, it's going to be the index of 0, which is the same index of the new item in all favorite things that we want to add. So I'm just going to say all favorite things at the index of prev_fav_things.length. Again, this is sort of where this example starts to break down because this is not something you'll find yourself doing super often. Because React is just a lot of JavaScript, this is kind of a fun challenge at the same time. Let's cross our fingers, hit save, and see what we have. We'll go ahead and add items, raindrops on roses, whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles, and warm woolen mittens. Awesome.
Machin truc, c'est 0. Machin truc, ça. Ok, ici. Ouais, bon. Ok, je vais juste faire ça. Ok, bon, ça veut dire previous. Ok, là c'est 0, ça prend. Oh, le truc ici c'est 0, sauf ça prend ça. Puis on passe à 1, là ça prend ça. Là c'est 2. Ok, je vois. Pas mal pour la logique. Parce que c'était moi. Bon, c'était moi, je sais pas, je devais redéclarer une variable. Si je fais était égal à 0, ok. Puis maintenant, hmm, si je mets, je pense pas que ça va donner. Ouais, et puis bon, c'est vrai, ça va toujours prendre la première. Ouais, je pense sa logique est claire. Je regarde. Ouais, sa logique est claire. Parce que là, ça serait. Bon, ça va dépendre de la taille de ces. Bon, par défaut, ensuite, par défaut, c'est 0. Donc, ça veut dire que au début, ça serait 0. C'est pour ça que lorsque ça est 0, ça va partir ici, ça va prendre ça. Puis maintenant, ça devient maintenant 1. Vu qu'il y a déjà ça. Là, ça. Ouais. Excuse-moi, je devais jamais penser à ça.
Please, Disney, don't sue me. Awesome work on these challenges. Updating an array in state is something you'll find yourself doing quite often in React, so this is a great thing for us to learn and a great thing for you to practice as much as you can.
Ok, alors, bon, passe le dossier.
All right, finally, at long last, we're back here with our chef.
Un instant, bon, je suis sur le point d'un courrier. Ok. C'est un peu ça, c'est qui? Ok. Bon, là, yeah.
Claude app, and now we're armed with the knowledge that we need to make this work. As you might remember where we left off, we just had this local array of ingredients, and we tried to do an ingredients.push to push the new ingredient onto that array, and of course we saw that it didn't update our view. Now we understand that React doesn't update the view when just little local variables like this change. Instead, we have to put these values in state. Then, as long as we use the state setter function that React gives to us, we can change the data and rely on React to update our view to reflect the new updated data to our users. So your challenge is to do exactly that. Update our app so that when the user enters a new ingredient and submits the form, it will add that new ingredient to our list. I added a note down here. Just like before, I don't want you yet to worry about what's going on in these 2 lines of data. Just take the new ingredient and be grateful that you don't have to know this. No, I'm totally kidding. We're going to cover this later. By the way, when you work on this, you don't have to begin the array with these 3 items. You can put whatever you want. It can be empty. You can add a couple just to make sure it's working, whatever you want. So go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Et après qu'ils sont. Ok. Bon. Mais je peux pas récupérer. Ok, ouais, je vois. Ah, je vois l'erreur. Moi, je vais juste reprendre ça. Revenir ici. Puis maintenant, input name, c'est ça. Ok, maintenant, si je teste. Ok, bon. Ok, je pense que c'est correct. Je peux skip ici.
All right, let's go ahead and import React so that we can pull in state. And watch this trickery. I'm not even going to delete this line. I'm just going to refactor it to use state. So we'll say ingredients, set ingredients, and that's going to be equal to react.use state. And then we will wrap our array. And let me make this small for a second. I think I'm going to keep this empty actually. Yeah, we'll just keep it empty for now. Okay, so it's being saved in
J'ai
state.
fait quoi?
I think I can hit refresh and everything should still be working. Awesome. Of course, we lost our items because we removed them from the array. You might have noticed also that I did remove the ingredients.push line because, as we've learned, we do not want to directly modify any of our state variables. We always need to do it through calling the state setter function. So at the end of my handle submit right here, I'm going to call set ingredients. And I do need to know the previous list of ingredients so that I can use that list in my updated list. So we'll say previous ingredients, and this will be a function. And I can just return a new array that's going to include all of the previous ingredients, and it's going to stick the new ingredient right there at the end. So geez, in the end, we really just added one line of code and refactored this line of code. Let's clean up our challenge text. We'll hit save, and moment of truth. Let's say we have some chicken. Awesome, chicken ends up right there. Now, of course, our form is not emptying. We're going to address this a little bit later when we talk about forms. So for now, I just kind of have to annoyingly delete the old entry myself. Let's say we have some limes and maybe some salsa. Awesome. Great work on this challenge. Chef Claude and myself are really happy with your progress in this section so far. So we had a chance to apply what we just learned about updating arrays in state. Next, we're going to see what it takes to update a different complex object in state, which is objects. Now let's take a look at what it's like to save objects in state. We have an example of a little contact card here, and we're holding an object in state which represents the information for this particular contact. The first four properties are all pretty self-explanatory. They display the actual information, first name, last name, phone number, and email. This last one is favorite. We are going to ignore dealing with that for now, at least in this first challenge. But ultimately, it's going to determine whether this star is an empty star or a filled star. But before we get there, I want to give you a challenge where you're going to fill in the values that are currently being hard-coded. So we've got the name, phone number, and email. And instead use the values that are being saved in this object in state that we're currently calling contact. So go ahead and get started on this challenge.
Ok, bon.
Of these four properties, the trickiest one might have been the name, because we're saving the first name and the last name under different properties. All I really need to do is do a set of curly braces, and we'll pull in the first name by doing contact.firstname. And then outside of the curly braces, I can do an actual space. Because we're outside the curly braces, this will represent an actual space in the text. And then I'll do another set and add my last name. The tricky thing about this challenge is I'll hit save and it will look like nothing changed, but now it's using the dynamic values from our state. Okay, then we'll go ahead and just do the same thing for our phone number, contact.phone, and our email address, which was contact.email. Hit save, and awesome. Okay, now let's deal with the isFavorite property. And ultimately, our goal is so that we can click the star icon and it will flip the value in state from true to false or false to true. And following the declarative nature of React, it will also update the actual icon here from an empty star to a filled star, and vice versa. We're going to do that actually in two parts. So for the last challenge in this lesson, we'll be making it so that the icon of the star will represent whatever the current value of state is. So if this is false, it will be an empty star, and if it's true, it will be a filled star. Let me actually type that out as a challenge. Okay, so your challenge is to use a ternary so that you can determine which of the two star images, which we're importing by the way, so either this star filled variable or this star empty variable, should be used based on the value of contact.isFavorite. For now, you can just test how things are working by manually flipping this to true. And of course, when you do that, it should update the star to be the filled in star. So your ternary will be here. I'm going to be a little bit vague on the rest that you should be working on because I think you'll be able to figure it out. So I'm going to pass it over to you to work on this challenge.
Oui, c'est quoi?
Okay, let's put in our ternary here, and we are going to be looking at contact.isFavorite, and if it's a truthy value, in this case it will actually be the Boolean value of true or false, then we want it to be star filled. Because I have this set as a variable as I'm importing it, it should just work out as far as becoming my image source. And otherwise, I want it to be star empty. Let's clean up this challenge text. And lastly, I need to take this star icon and come down to my image source where it used to be hard-coded as star empty, and now we'll use whatever the value of star icon is. Let's hit save. And okay, we're empty. We are not yet set up to make this click actually flip the value there. We're going to be getting to that very soon. But for now, let's change this hard-coded value to true, hit save, and awesome, we have a filled star. Okay, well, while you were changing the star icon in our image source, you might have noticed that we have an alt attribute here, which has a hard-coded value saying empty star icon. We also have an accessibility property called aria pressed, which is defaulted to false. And actually, you know what? This button should also have an aria label associated with it because this button doesn't have any text that makes it obvious what clicking it will do. So staying in line with the assumption that everything is not favorited currently, this I guess would say something like add to favorites. However, we want all of these values, the aria pressed, the aria label, and the image alt to change all based on the current value of contact.isFavorite. So before we move on and learn how we can programmatically flip this by clicking the button, let's go ahead and do a challenge that updates those things as well. Okay, in this challenge, I've given you the tasks that you need to complete, but I'm not going to give you any starter code or any hints as to what to do, because I believe at this point you should be able to accomplish these things. Again, the reason that we're doing this extra work is so that we can really take advantage of React's declarative nature, where the state that we're maintaining up above is what determines the display and the functionality of some of these elements on the page. So give this one your best shot, and we'll come back and do it together afterward. Okay, I think the aria pressed is probably the easiest because it should track one for one with whatever the value of contact.isFavorite is. This button is going to be represented as a pressed button to assistive technologies if the contact is favorited, and that just kind of makes sense. With the ARIA label, I can either say add to favorites or remove from favorites. And we've seen an example where we're doing our ternary up here. I think I'm also going to show an example of just doing an inline ternary here. I'll use a set of curly braces instead of my quotation marks so that I can evaluate some JavaScript, and we'll take a look at contact.isFavorite. We'll put our question mark, and if it's truthy, we want this to say, let's see, if it's favorite, then we want it to say remove from favorites because it's already favorited, and otherwise we'll say add to favorites. And then we can just do the exact same thing with our image alt. We'll surround this in a set of curly braces. We'll check contact.isFavorite, and if so, then we want it to say filled star icon, but otherwise it should say empty star icon. Most of this functionality is stuff that just sits a little bit behind the scenes and is only really viewable if you're looking at the source code or if you're using assistive technology. So I think we might just have to assume that it's working, and we'll clean up this challenge text, and we're in a pretty good place. However, most of this has just been prepping for what we're actually here to learn, which is how we can update our state when what's being saved in state is an object. We're going to see in the next lesson why that might not be as simple as we think and how we can go about doing it. We've set up our markup so that it will react to the changes in state, and this is exactly what we want. The only thing we're missing is the user interactivity with this star icon. The goal is, of course, to be able to click the star icon and have it flip from true to false or false to true, and by having it flip, I mean the isFavorite property on our contact object. So down here in our toggle favorite, this is where I would probably want to use my set contact. And we have to think to ourselves, do I need to know the previous contact in order to determine what the new contact is? And the answer is yes, I need to know what the isFavorite property was so that I can flip it from its old value to the, well, opposite of its old value. So we'll go ahead and use a callback function in here, and we'll grab the previous contact, and we will return an object. And the contents of this object can be a little bit tricky, so that's why we have a dedicated lesson for this. It can be tempting to think that I'm changing the isFavorite property, so I'm going to return an object that has not the current isFavorite value, but looks at the
Mais non,
opposite of precontact.isFavorite. And there
mes amis
is a
sur
bug with the way
YouTube.
that we've written it here. Before hitting save, and even before testing it out, I'm going to insert a pause here and give you a chance to see if you can figure out what the problem is with the way that we currently have it written.
Ça change beaucoup. Ok.
Remember, in my callback function for my state setter function, the goal is to return a replacement state. And in this case, my state is an object that has 5 properties: first name, last name, phone, email, and is favorite. However, what I'm returning is not an object with 5 properties, but an object with only 1 property, which means, let me go ahead and hit save. When I click my star icon, all of the other information disappears. However, it does look like our star is working as we might expect. I can flip it back and forth. It's correctly pulling in the opposite of what it previously was, but of course our contact is now just an object with 1 property. The best way for me to make sure that I copy all of the old properties is to simply spread in everything from the previous contact. And then I will include a new version of isFavorite. If you're feeling a little bit rusty on the object spread syntax like we have here, it's essentially like taking the old version that we had up here and just copying and pasting it down. We'll indent this correctly. And what we're returning is a new object that has all of the properties from the old one: first name, last name, phone, email, and the old isFavorite. But then we're overriding that isFavorite property with the opposite of what it used to be. And believe it or not, this is not a syntax error in JavaScript. If you have multiple instances of the same key in an object, it will just take the last one that's declared and use that value as the final value for the object. Now, we don't actually want this hard-coded because we don't at any given time know what these values are going to be. So we'll come back to using our spread syntax here. Let's hit save. We have all our information back because it's a fresh render of this component. And moment of truth, let's click the star, and awesome, it's flipping back and forth as we would expect. Perfect. Okay, well, I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't give you a chance to write this, so I do have a quick challenge for you. Your challenge is simply to rewrite what we just did. If you're not entirely sure how you should do this, then I would recommend, rather than just skipping the exercise altogether and watching me do it for you, scrub back in the lesson and get a refresher on how we did it, and then come back to this challenge and try it again for yourself. All right, it's your turn to shine. Take it away. We need to use our set contact function. We do care about the previous version of state, so we'll access prev contact and use an inline function here. Rather than opening my set of curly braces and saying return an object, I'm going to make use of the implicit return by using a set of parentheses and wrapping inside of that the object that I want to return. I'll pull in all of the prev contact properties and then switch the isFavorite to be the opposite of prev contact dot isFavorite. I probably should default this to false. I think that's more logical for a new contact in a contact book, but we'll go ahead and check it out. It's working just great. Awesome work on this. We have learned quite a bit about state, how to set state, some complex data types in state, and how we can make modifications to those. And now we're ready to move on to the next topic, which is dealing with forms.
Et bon, moi je pense que je vais arrêter là. Ouais, je continue ça après. 5 heures dans les chemins. Bon, maintenant, ça serait plus le forme et tout. Donc, je vais arrêter ici.